Let's get started. First of all, welcome to the next set of games. Ace Attorney. I may not be a lawyer, but we will appreciate these games together. First of all, and yes, we're doing it in timeline order, which is why we're starting with Great Ace Attorney and not Trilogy. I do have Trilogy, to clarify. This is the one that has both Great Ace Attorney games, so it has TGAAC 1 and 2, so we won't have issues. So let's just start a new game.
The Empire of Japan, after opening its doors,
Let's just start.
a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change.
I know literally nothing about this game,
by the tide.
so this might be really interesting. A shot in the dark.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Roanoske! There he is. Episode 1. The Adventure of the Great Departure. I am ready to object. Object my way through this adventure. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary, Defendants Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How could it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glass. Murderer! Sorry. And I will be doing my best to voice the game. My name is Roanoske Naruhodo. I'm definitely butchering that last name. It's Japanese. That was a complete butcher. Roanoske, I'm going to be getting right. Naruhodo is impossible, so I'm just going to be saying Roanoske. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. A few days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue! Technicalities! You haven't even graduated yet. Yes, still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Roanoske? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry! What is this voice for Roanoske? What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Why is your bandana waving in wind inside of a place without wind? Really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha! There you go again, apologizing. Wait. Kazuma Kiryu? That's a funny joke. Just like always. Ah, though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Roanosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. I saw that flash. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan, anyway. The qualifications don't mean much. Yet. We said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all of this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, it is competently to acknowledge my academic achievements and successes in court. These voices are gonna change completely on a dime, by the way. I am not that good of a voice actor. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud, as your friend. It's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Is that how you explain the billowing head bandana? I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I had to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me! Well, we'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together! I hear my dog, by the way. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time! I'd better be going! Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Don't betray me later, Osogi. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Osogi, may I have a word? Susato! Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance for me. Never mind that for now. Osogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense of this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once, then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Roanosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Bye, Susato. Can we not do this? Ah, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Roanosuke Naruhodo. I believe it. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotaba. Mikotoba. Yuishin. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I think that's how I'm supposed to say that. I'll call you the professor. That will be easier on my tongue. All these Japanese names are gonna frick me over. As I recall, he's been pushing the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asoki has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. I gave him a very sophisticated voice. I love your mustache, by the way. I love caterpillar mustaches. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you have no doubt heard, Asoki has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? How does that work? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. And I feel like Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration is to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. Ronosuke's voice is changing on a dime. But I didn't do it, I swear! I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely, now, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. You're a liar. I object to your statement. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our surreptitious discussions? Professor, what the hell does that even mean? Surreptitious? What? Sir, you're speaking in riddles. Sir, don't speak in riddles. So allow me to summarize. Kazama Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. What? Of course. As a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. This trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. What's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny! 22nd November, 9 o'clock. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. I'm gonna butcher that every time. Hey, Ronosuke. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I'm not gonna remember this voice for when Asogi shows up way later. But not much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have determined that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? I agree. It will become clear in time. But for now... You need to concentrate, Roanosuke. It's about to begin. There he is. And there he is. The court will now hear the trial of Roanosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. The procedure is for the defense advocacy to be presided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say, I do, I need to answer quickly. This is the question. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Naruto, until he's an idiot. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Roanosuke Naruto, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Roanosuke? Professor Miko Toba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. Means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. It's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Miko Toba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does he accuse him of defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Hmm? Oh, yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Roanosuke, you're an idiot. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Well, at least you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, Fairmere University is soon to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court Adjudicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It's therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? It's questioning your ability to do the job. Thanks, Kazuma. He can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Finally state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ronosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. Well, the relevant information can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It is simple. You can access the court record with a press of... Right, bumper. If I found you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Was RB for the court record? Alright. There's no time to lose. This is a list of evidence you collected. I'll try searching the people instead with RB. We'll find victims with the victim in there. When you're done, just press B to go back. We've got Asogi, Mitabara, Aochi, who is, in fact, you can clearly tell, a pain. John H. Wilson. Hey, wait a minute. So whatever, everything to do with the case can be found in the court record. Now the court record button. No better keep its excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John... Damn it! I knew it! It was Watson. We're starting early, aren't we? Dr. John H. Wilson. Or should I say, Dr. John Watson! Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to UMay University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. This game takes place right after World War II, right? So, that tracks, I think. Or is this game after World War I? It's kind of hard to tell. And as most of you will be aware, we just signed a new treaty together, after lengthy negotiations. It can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial UMay University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. Court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Humph. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you are a convenient and expendable scapegoat who blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible, either her cat. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. The nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. This game will involve so much goddamn reading. Good idea, as well. It's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See an English class in my head, partner. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I'm seeing that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So head over to Professor Stable and introduce myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How does the Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously that was, a gunshot. Roanoske. Remember that in court. Every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a picture of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and select present. Do it now! Dr. John H. Wilson, blah blah blah. Shortly after 2 p.m. Bullet, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. That might be important. Knowing this franchise. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's a post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. And there was the doctor dissects corpses to identify the death in an autopsy. In Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see, as long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photo was added to the court record. Thank you. That's a photographic print. Oh, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise this court with the facts of the case, prosecution hereby calls the first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Miko Taba? Toba? Even. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean. No, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe. Any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Well, if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Thank you, Roanoske, for speaking my mind. You look very sus. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. It really should. I agree with you. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crowd occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, and no sit down to Italy 3 days ago. Understood. Well, Tanaka-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. Alright, I know how to play the game. At once, sir. And no petty introductions to the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. Lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. If it's in my memory of it too, there was hardly anyone else in the place. It was only when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried over to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Sitting immediately beside him, a gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. Liv, I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur! But next time you interrupt in an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ranosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. The man who said the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There's no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and a university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ranosuke? That's just not right. I'm over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about the interjecting. Still, what should I do? Take a breath, Ranosuke. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ranosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. Kazuma, you're an idiot. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. Won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. There is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me. What are we going to do with you? For your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Well, Tanaka-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Ahem! Actually, I have a rough plan in the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look at it if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once! Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Nothing certainly seems to have shaken him. Look at the front, idiots! So, the court has now heard a parquet of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. See, we're looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to preserve matters further in this trial. Prosecution has suffice as evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. This is taking forever to actually get to the first testimony that I can do anything at. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a mere lenient sentence? Kazuma giving the stare. Even one keeps telling me that this trial is unusual. I'm coughing about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotaba said it. So as a judge and... Hold on, I need my water bottle. He said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, and so as to judge the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. Says everybody else, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent. Then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? Battle hasn't even begun yet, Roanosuke. Defense pleads are not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. We will see how decisive this evidence really is. Finger point! The first finger point has been noted. The first finger point in the franchise timeline-wise. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. You're an idiot, Aochi. A few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced. Forever! Prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Oh yeah. I forgot that the game does this. It does 2 witnesses now. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Army Sergeant Ayasiya Nosa, reporting for duty, sir! Myself, I find employees that prepare fine articles of antiquity from elephants for our nation, Nippon. I conduct my train from Ratoi, a harbor premises in the 2nd District, Koyori Korikota, at your service. An antique dealer. The accent of the antique dealer leaked into the judge. An antique dealer and a soldier. Oh my god. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. No speed of the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea at the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always past noon. I not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding careers in which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks our potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner. I've changed this guy's accent. Was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black-formed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's almost as possible to understand as the other. I love these accents, but I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, I starting to feel uncomfortable. If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw. The precise moment of the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir! Once I very memories of almost a super epic afternoon. Okay, we got to the first testimony. Only about 45 minutes in to the first case. Christ. This game is long. I was suggesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At the precise moment, a firearm is discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. From the back, the cowardly little weasel. Oh, sir. That's an objection right there. I've seen freer testimony immediately. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. I know I don't have pressing right now. But if I did, I would press that. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired a weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy! What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that really true, Ronosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. You're an idiot, then. Hello, Detective Wilson. I went back to my tables and sat drinking some coffee. I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. The professor had dropped it, so I bent down, just as I was picking it up. Well, that's the truth. There was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who that criminal was. There is. Yes, Roanoke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now! So you've heard, Your Excellency. There is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestiges of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the...
Yes!
Roanoke. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gulp. Cosmo is so commanding. Alright, now we actually get to object. Let the defense conduct the cross-examination of the witnesses. Right, this is where the battle really begins, Roanoke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said has to be the lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Roanoke! Don't let them beat you! Alright then! It's all or nothing. Okay, I actually get to play the game now. First, cross-exam. I do get presses. Why do I get presses this early? Well, I'm gonna press, actually. Why do I have the ability to press? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. This has to say about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then? This beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Roanoke, you're an idiot. Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on cast iron grill and served piping hot! Oh. The food it could receive middle slaughter, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. Roanoke, you don't know what you're doing. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is it now? Roanoke. Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict. Atone for your crimes. And when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops. Sorry. I'm my best. Roanoke. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing rock ring? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. An affirmative. Oh, that was an achievement pop.
Yes!
I'm gonna... I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? Prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the whole period into my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day. We set out and selected in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognate safe appraised of its indisputable value of being present. So you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nessa, whom you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. It's certain a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well, you'll all start cadet! You want to add district as a superior of Sir Jails or Cops, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything. Penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. Gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his race via at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. I know what I have to present to, because I know what he said wrong.
Yes!
Saying that you actually saw me at that time. Ah, affirmative! I saw you laughing, cackling like a madman, like you trained the barrel of your gun at the English civilian. Allow me to confirm just one more point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Arrgh! And double arrgh! My sixth sense! Sorry? My sixth sense of danger! I picked out the waste of murderous energy waiting from your foul mind! Objection! No. You are not Spider-Man! However, you are J. Jonah Jameson. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet! Surely that's not really possible, is it? You think I've gotten where I am today in the army if I couldn't set danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Alright, Alright, I'm just gonna present now. Hold this objection. Sir, you couldn't have possibly seen me fire from the back. When the photograph proves he was shot from the front. Hold this objection. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Was seeing some photographic print in front of my face. Inconsistency, sir. Hold on. In my mustache. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What could this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, I know what I wanted to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Humph. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Art, this is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be any more plain. So that would be an insult to the court. Oh hey, a Sugi theme is playing. What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ayesea Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. Against the crime with my own military grade eye, sir.
Yes! But
no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. That is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there was a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Till the moment I heard the fire and discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed onto the Lucius Law Carnival sink, sir! What? Let's go to the course, proving one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesea Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Get wrecked. Get it. It's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. Get wrecked. I'll be right back. I need the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. So to clarify, yes, I will be saying hold this objection every time I object. Because it's quite a funny way to make my objections. It's different. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him! That university cadet there! He was running the firearm directly at the victim's back!
yes!
But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor! And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoy Eric Habad, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitual place to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop. Rassurte. With the help of meeting a rich debtor who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military about that I proffered my holy treasure. Believed that he would purchase a rare item. I did not. But I was presented with this alternative. And then... Oops, I didn't mean to hit that button. During my eyes in the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Looking around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hawaii treasure. Nothing could distract me! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious soy kebab was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself! So I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. So the jury in our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aluchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back! No further testimony to make. Explain. On hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The despicable defendant, Ronosuke Naruhodo. What? This gives out a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. We'll further explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir! At once, sir! Awaiting signal to testify, sir! Excuse me, but there's something, or someone, peeking over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! News member to announce the family rise up for the ranks! Sir! Name! Ido! We've seen those ships are assigned to the sergeant, being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido! Attention! Your father's about to quell the enemy! Watch your arm, my boy! That is adorable. Alright, I'm about to press your whole ass testimony until I find something. Even if what I saw wasn't a testimony to the fire was discharged, it's almost the same thing! No, it isn't. Yes, Puddicus got out of phone man, he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself could see. Furthermore, visual search at the premises at the time. Concerned, we were the only personnel present! Indeed, alone he was. The Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman! Over and out! Yep, there means I have to press everything.
Yes.
These are certainly... What? Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these albers self, Betty! There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Attention!
And you will respect the rules of the court and speak it. We will not here to listen to your fantasies. No reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Photographic evidence of this fact. This is a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel. on the table of which the victim was standing, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. It is completely seen. There's only one place set. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Any sense? New photographic evidence for the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? Saw that woman? Who was that woman, anyways? Later there before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. It's not true. I saw her. Where did I saw a woman with him? Seems that we'll be able to tell Dr. Report to written on time after all. Witness testimonies we have just heard. Leave no room for further doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. Ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. Think that I, Takatoshi Aochi, would have contributed to the amnesty of these great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? Judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Roanosuke. It's not over yet. What? If you say it's true, then there is something going on here beyond the scenes. No chance to expose it. Draw the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Alright, I'm gonna press everything.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. That's what I said. First start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. So did this defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? I can't tell. Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet it is an undeniable fact that I did blink! So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of fire break in my ears the very next moment! I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman! I think that says it all, don't you? Grr. Let's not forget that the antique sealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Karakuka-san?
Yes!
Yes, it may be true I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, it's the culprit. That's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee. He was about to leave the restaurant when... Noticed it got on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. In exactly that moment... Bang. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of evidence beyond all control, I face. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the kaban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. You're an idiot. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There's a lady there. As you've been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. That's not how that works. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. People dining there at this time, and someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner at any restaurant. I know, of course the place is almost empty. It's what you expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. But there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day. Why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? Oh. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What was that? What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It seems that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Frick you! Frick you! Hada Clinic. Frick you so much. Hada Clinic. Yes, so there did appear to be a entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation can be more simple. Shin felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ronosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Yes! Ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous, not to mention that the victim's minutes prior to his arrival. The restaurants are of no concern. Thank you. Or not they have a concern, it's up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible evidence. I beg your pardon? No authority to refuse a perfectly valid request is for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Yes. This is, he says, are forever asserting their rights. It is most to be trend. We'll certainly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Thank you. I would like to take a good look at that. Now, let's new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Oh, you can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like. Stay after festival, ready for you. Perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to read it for the accused, Kuroka-san. Alright, I'm gonna take a good look at that.
Yes!
Later. So, you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the studies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let's not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. The sergeant and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. No longer in the black uniform cadet, could I dispatch the Englishman? Over and out!
Yes!
Sorry, I read that. Aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? Not possible. Oops, I didn't read that. For you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sir? His testimony in the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. Well, we're indeed present at the scene. The prosecution demands to see proof! Proof exists. Prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. Kazama, do you have anything? Because I got nothing. Excellent work, Roanosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any new real discrepancies to light. Oh, indeed, so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Okay. I mean, I wanted to do that anyways. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press 8, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Blah 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 blah. Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using the stick. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. Crosshairs start to pulsate. Press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it more in detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Not anything out of place. It says had a clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. But they all the same. Nice fact, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my arm. I'll never forget it. Never my whole life. Most people will get their right arm to have felt the only one cold in their whole life. This is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. The medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a long-term treatment, that's why. Family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'd never consulting one. You're an idiot. Well, if you're dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And lots of money for you for the privilege. All at your lowest ebb. Roanosuke speaking truths. You sound like a model patient. It's a bad case of stubbornness, no less. What she only cares, very bitter medicine indeed. Open it up. Let's have a look. There's some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of blood with topical anesthesia. You mean he had a tooth taken out? Extraction. Well, you mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Let's use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in West for pain relief. Anesthesia. Anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Worth bearing in mind. Ah! Objection! Hold this objection. Present the medical medical report card. Now that we know. I didn't mean to look, by the way. I meant to present.
Yes!
Okay, hold his objection. There we go. Well, but what are you editing that? Call yourself a lawyer. For son the accused. Sorry, I'm not reading. Ronosuke, everyone symbols on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. The relation you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. You have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korokuka-san, this is the medical report card belonging to the victim. Oh, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Bear what is written to this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? To interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was murder at the restaurant. Time is completely irrelevant. Ronosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. Mr. Court has heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. For the simple reason that there is no one else besides this paraphrased people who quoted purposely perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That person half petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Because Hana Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Someone told you to the victim had just had a tooth extracted? Was this... No? And furthermore... told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? Written up in here. No further drink under the water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't! Korokuka-san! What boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No! Additionally, there's more? You've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we know, had just one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. There's the turnabout music. Arrgh! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense? You little upstart! These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. See the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you! I think it's fair to say that the tables in the restaurant case have turned. That's a terrible pun, Kazuma! Would you agree, Ronosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having undergone just some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. Assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? This question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial out. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, being the stake at the victim's table must have been an as of yet unknown third party. It could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. It was because I saw her. Okay, we know that the victim could have been eating anything, yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is there was somebody else eating it. Urgh. Strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push for a ruling at this stage, we will launch a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and so a fair trial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? Well, I have issue with them. The two witnesses at the stop. What are you talking about? We demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, let's see, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative! There was no mention of this in the tactical meeting! I was just following orders! That's right, that's about science! Just saying you never saw the gentleman. That's what they told us. Oh. What did you just say, Kurakuka-san? Oh, no. Following orders? No, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? Grr. When you say the gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you Pat? Just one simple slip of the tongue! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It is painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified! So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't! This can't be happening! Get me pictures of Spider-Man! So I can blame him! Am I doing a good J.K. Simmons? I think I'm doing a good J.K. Simmons. Ronosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aoichi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there were only a handful of possibilities. Could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, and then that's about who might be behind us. If we can confirm who tried to silence the witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. Whoever it was who tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it did really wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? This piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? Examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose! I want answers! I have no idea what I'm looking for. But these witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you, the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency, I know about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. There's a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. It's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one used those right kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study hard, Roanosuke. Ah! Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. And now we have proof of who is behind this. No time to think. I'm gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. For prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Satoru Hosonaga!
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san! Hosonaga-san? The one who took the stab earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would have to agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Roanosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth! The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence!
Yes!
Hold this! The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can include anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said, the front? Yes! It's the front at the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Sketch the plan at the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. Profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective! I haven't heard any mention of this before! Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well. Hold it! Hello! Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen, and when you asked me to dismiss my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Though, well, is there a problem? And I'll punch the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I tried to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. I must not be distracted when I made my sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? Reading is hard. That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point to the court. Of course, Your Excellency. Just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. It is indeed true. Clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Ahem. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. Set slumped in a chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting outside the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. Stood at the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. Said that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? To make clear that the Englishwoman present at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Our views the friendly tones of its relationship with the British Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishman and woman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's a reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case! I had to change voices so hard. But it's not right! Not the dots. I'm not doing that again. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazama? Umeå University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, sitting in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands it, you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezale Brett. She is indeed a foreign student sitting in the research laboratory of Umeå University's medical faculty. What is happening here? Under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. In order these witnesses to make no mention of her at the testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be the discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency! I mean, that's missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send this telegraphic report to Great Britain! Government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any others to influence the proceedings in my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Jezali Burt and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going up against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. Said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way! I like your smile. Court will adjourn briefly. Perhaps you must call the English student Jezali Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good, then we will have a 30-minute recess before we convene in. To be continued. That was Trial 1 Former. Goodness me. Alright, let's get to Trial Part 2. And end this nightmare. Court of Judiciary, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Woo! Excellent work, Ronosuke. That was superb! My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It's a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It was terrifying. If I go for this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Roanosuke, we have 9 whole more court cases together, my friends. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jessie Barrett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There's a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? You might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my past observation of one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. He's our detective friend. She was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. See what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up. Gun. I didn't have time to think about where the sounds of the gunshot come from. Sorry, y'all. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Just thinking, by the detective, he operated his suspect without a moment's delay. Because I shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Well, there you are. Well done, both of you, Professor. Professor Toba! Well, it seems as though he was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems he planned this from the start. He arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Modern country is still in its infancy. Justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Wanting to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyers or otherwise. If I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. What's made you feel that way? Kazuma! Lambda, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you'll need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, do you know the victim? Yes, I did. Oops. So you're probably aware, Dr. Johnny Truston was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. So much talking, help me! Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentleman who, in the moment, our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. No doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! You're an idiot. Well done. You need to run an errand at the university at once. Something I think we may need. Of course. Bye, Susato. Good luck, Kusama-sama. Lieutenant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. So, let's get back to it, partner. get in there and deal a decisive blow. Before the old fossils know what hit them. Kazama. What? Thank you, really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then... I'm pretty sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we can absolutely cannot afford to lose! Alright then, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. Could you treat me to one of the Sukiyami meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street? Well, if that's a large portion, of course. That makes me hungry. 2nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary. Courtroom number 2. Hold on. The game has made me hungry. Okay, we're back. The court hereby resumes the trial of Roanosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Archie, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. Next to certain young strike like the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. But the government scrutinized. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will they still think it's something to worry about when the new treaty breaks down to our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Thank you, Kazuma. You really have nothing to worry about, Roanosuke. What do you mean? Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friends know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. With this great world power, will become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. And I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. Sitting here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth of its justice system is a country with no future at all. Damn! Well said, Roanosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. The court is critical of our nation's justice system. It is solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jessica Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Alright, here she comes. Your hat is a swan. Wow, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentleman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea, someone bring the English tea in England. No discussion will take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Am I true? Yes, we know about you already. Satoru Hosonaga, where are your manners? And English is always ladies first! Is that true? No idea. You just repeated yourselves. More importantly, a little earlier today he said something to me. It's your pronunciation or one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? This amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Roanosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Really, once again, we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Please stop doing that. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? Oh! I get it. They're speaking English. But because we're Japanese... Because we're playing as Japanese characters. We don't understand English. But because we're playing with English subtitles... it's not showing the English that the character is normally supposed to show. The lady says her name is Jessica Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in University's medical faculty. Oh my, whenever I treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I didn't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosmo. Your English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Roanosuke. Court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, the murder of a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. Court has been led to believe that you weren't dining with the victim. You were the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. She's studying here in Japan. She can't speak any Japanese. For disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape, I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Would you suppose cast your eyes over this photographic print? So unfortunately, present at the scene of this crime. Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator? Perhaps. It was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. The crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh boy, here we go again. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Please tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I'll reveal you for the fraud you are, lady. I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Alright, I'm gonna press all of that. Condemning testimony indeed. Arguing with the professor at all. Wretch! Look at you black-hearted blackguard! Look at this snow-white angel! Ouchie, you're an idiot. Scholars like you could believe it. Can't imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Same mistakes, Veranosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's all you need to learn. So annoying. I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before. I reported back to the Bureau. But Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. Question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. You see, there's nowhere about her person where she could see a firearm, except her giant goddamn hat. I think she could have had a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Plus, and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon could be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. How about your hat? Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Jeez, if only if I allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Veranosuke. Veranosuke, please. Don't think about doing anything rash, Veranosuke. I didn't find the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun that day. Read about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. To do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Weird smile. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I am pressing all of your statements.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right? No. No. This English no has quite a sting to it. It's currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it's apparently a daily course that they would lunch together. In question, the victim had another appointment in the clinic first. Thank you, Mama. I ordered noodles. There's evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Which wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. We're at a restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
Well, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at a clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean it was that you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience! Travel to this island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic event. Have no fear, my dear lady! I swear I will crush the evil fear that is subjected you to this terrible blight! Witches, please! The victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Chris and the diners tested their lunch with a glass of water each. It's of carbonated water. What do you think, Roanosuke? About the one that's his last statement. I'm gonna say that's very meaningful. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Wow. How very fascinating. Do tell, what is this profound bearing, Roanosuke. So this is a statement will become apparent when the time is right. Calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well. Hold on. Oh, Connum! Oh, I totally missed that. Oh, that was good. That was a good catch. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That's brilliant, Kazama. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The difference will become apparent when the time is right. Could really use that phrase. And I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Roanosuke. Thanks. Anyways, I ordered... Hold this objection.
Yes!
Music stopped. I did it right. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd in the defense's inability to express itself? Ronosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she had a brother that said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. I totally... I didn't even catch that the first time. I wasn't paying attention, but then I looked at the photo and I was like, hang on a minute.
Objection!
Oh, seriously? Are you supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Thank you. Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I simply took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? I heard of him. It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. All this objection? Good gracious! Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. I disagree. Like Ronosuke here. That's messing with the crime scene at worst. At best. At worst, well, she's a murderer. We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. I could blame her for considering a glass or 2 in her state of disarray. That's absurd! Oh, really? Noble, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? This can't be pushed down to mischief. I'd like to know. Took the glass from the scene. She slipped into a small handbag. A handbag, eh? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handbag pouch commonly carried by a well-to-do woman in England. The beautiful lady has graciously explained how and why she removed the glass on the scene now. But the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Ouchie, you don't see it, do you? This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations! You wasted enough time already! Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed that glass. The matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. Pursue this matter further. You're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. It's away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's the handbag, Roanosuke. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags or small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jessica Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Meeting of what, Prosecutor Auchi? Why on earth did you not have that lady open her handbag and show you the contents at that time? You're bungling incompetence. Now she has endured these uncomfortable accusations. His voice has changed so much. Really, my partner, now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? What a sorry situation. Really, you have no faith in the police. I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Necessary in what way? The student lawyer, really. Completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Hold it! Hey, what's that on his hand? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. She clearly shows Miss Brent's handbag. Well, I never. Could see what right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there's no need to search the lady's handbag. The gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. There's nothing to imply Miss Brelt's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruto-san. Oops, I've been blasted. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once! Certainly, Your Excellency. You mean that right this instant. I want to observe that. You've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Hold on. court has now been shown considerable evidence. The photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance. I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic Ruby slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn these things around. In a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ronosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Looks like you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. You can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard it, Judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. To the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Tutul? Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you. Wait! Your Excellency! Ronosuke? I don't think you can roll this case yet. Arbitration is getting tedious, but His Excellency deems it dry as ever. He gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of this courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As a photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Now that means that there was a problem with the evidence. Some significant detail, I mean. Then the ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question! This is blatant straw catching. Look at this photographic print. Let's just hand back the gentlewoman was carrying on that day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence. Oh, I see a problem, alright. You'd better know what you're doing, Ronosuke. I've seen the problem. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the correct scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ah, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that I am unsatisfied by your response here. The trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded! Hey, check out this thing on his hand, right here.
Yes!
Here, look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. I saw that and was very confused. That is true. It looks almost like a bird of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was wondering what new rifle you would come out with. A bird, you say? On the victim's wrist. Good. Clearly that has nothing to do with whatsoever the magnificent lady's handbag. It doesn't. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. Police coroner also noticed it when he was performing a post-mortem examination. Unrelated to the cause of death, so he did not note it in his report. But did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. The more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Uchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. I see Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. To know she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Roanosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, and hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am! If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Let's give up, Counsel! You can't possibly help to do that! Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. What if we had evidence? Irrefutably linked a burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I had noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I didn't notice that. Some link between that burn and the case. Alright, court record, help me out. I have no clue. The moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. He was shot once. That isn't a bullet hole. This is a dentist report card. That doesn't help me at all. The post-mortem report doesn't talk about it. Why is that burn so unusual? I don't understand. Ooh, this is a toughie. That's such a wait. Hold on. That's a bowl shape. Okay, now I've got something. That shape! The bowl shape! I got it! 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 It's the crime scene photograph!
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. I suddenly, like, my brain suddenly had a brain... You could hear my brain suddenly giga blast it as it came together in my head. Because I suddenly took another look at it and I was like, wait, that's the same symbol on the plate. Hold on, I'm going to get rid of my plate. Ironically. Still hungry, but... I stared at that shape for so long, trying to figure out what it was. Then I turned my head slightly and figured it out. Then I looked at the other photograph and realized what it meant. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To convenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? Reason is recorded here, forevermore. What? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. It's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Well, it's right here.
Yes!
It's the bowl shape. The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. The emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape! And there's the music. Ronosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before that. Most likely happened on some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Archie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have been caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it was severed very long ago. And although it's not a very particularly large mark, extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. That was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have been taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. We've been investigating all at the restaurants for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. You're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Have it, something isn't right here! As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. Beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, Sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aoichi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost didn't believe it. Roanosuke, do you think? Go for it, Roanosuke. Could it really be true? Never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this. But I'm starting to think that maybe we've been let into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. In the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man can remain silent while his wrist is burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead! That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! Victim was killed by a gunshot! That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just a ridiculous play by the rookie student. And clearly, he has no grasp of the facts! No, Prosecutor Aoichi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon! As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down! Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. It's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It is highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. This case is extremely long, by the way. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, but you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy. Mr. Should, all reason all doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Get wrecked, lady. What is that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Okay then. Ah, Miss Britt. You speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentleman, I try and avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. It seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level. Oh, well. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We're truly honored by this. This lavish consideration you graciously afford us. Can I punch you, Aochi? I really like to punch you. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson! We're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Interesting. Roanosuke. Alright, give me your testimony, girl. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. So as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways. Wink. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I'll bet it's the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. No, not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. Speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? Would that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest possible? Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer to him? Not to forget the irritation, Miss Pratt. We put up with a cross-examination now. So this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Alright, I'm gonna hold you up. Sure, I don't need you to remind you, Counsel, that this will be our final cross-examination of this trial. Fail to demonstrate any problems with this testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination! I'm gonna press every statement you just made, sir, until I find something that gives me something.
Yes!
His hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You could not have noticed. You think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on the unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You cannot have noticed, can you? What? What? Arrgh! Haha! What fun! And realize, your dear lady's absolutely right. Dear friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Roanosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Slip was a true English gentleman. You chose honorable silence over vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Oh,
Yes.
you're a terrible person. Well, I can't. Anyway.
Yes.
As I testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? But Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why you ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered this thing on the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Ah, I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the artist, it means, bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, that one was interesting.
Yes.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other sign of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other type of death. It could only been a good bullet from your gun to put an end to this innocent man's life. Doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, I wouldn't have been able to make it burn like that. Burn his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. And he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
The fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchi is right. And in this very sus statement,
Yes.
these next two statements which are sus, but leaving a trace. When it's shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown in from a height, or a person's life is taken, there were always subtle traces on his body. Quite right, dear lady. So our police forces thoroughly examined the body of the deceased. There can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Mizunaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Traces Valdos causes death, that's true. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're gonna have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish if not calling a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takusichi Aouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. Someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Do I have evidence of that? This country inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That is so sus, by the way. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. That seems to have triggered something. There's a new code here in your native detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand. Haha, a killer bloke. Blaze is formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Or as far as Kujirouchi is finally starting to see sense. Doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. The moment before, when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Roanosuke? I think it's going terrible. Good. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. Some clue to worse somewhere to help us find a clink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Roanosuke? There's one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brent? Actually, no. Sitting standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brent's last statement. If it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. I think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press my sprat on her last statement again. Okay, that was...
Yes!
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? The detective has been in a scene with Miss Brent as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they'll often let their guard down. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? Ooh, new mechanic. Explain how to do it now, Roanosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? We focus on Miss Brett. It's the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right with D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch a person at just the right time, you might be able to go for some new information to pursue. Basically, wait until that little symbol pops up and hit A. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind.
Wait.
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Yeah! What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. You were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. Find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately! Oh, is that how that works? Absolutely not. Is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact he is intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. Miss Brett doesn't look very happy about that. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless! What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can for the scene of the crime. Serving evidence, you see. I don't care to copy a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. The bottle! Thank you! You've given me exactly what I needed to prove that Brett poisoned him! Is that the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question? Yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And then the inspector will calmly control us forever. Okay. Sure. I'll do that. It's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That was the one I was asking. Go to French and ask. Kazuma, you're not helping. You could just say that you don't know. There's the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. We parched. Sip of this to keep me going. No, Roanoke, you can't do that. One thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze me, Roanoke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Hey, could there have possibly been something in the water? What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison! On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? The only person who could possibly have done it. Jessie Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous. This is just such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? That we only just stormed into court of friendship with the British Empire? If you the vaguest inkling with your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? Not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ah. Ahem, if I may. Forever and it's... Whoa. It is you! Who should be silent? Oh, of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. She's in breakdown mode now. I may have spoken unfairly before. Offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? Police force is inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe? Bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. How the frick do you know that? Objection! That's... You did? Forgotten what my guiding principle is already. For a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it! Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? It's for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. You're an idiot! It's a British poison! Find no trace of any poison of any description in a bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? This was meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No, but I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. Successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dearly, the pleasure was all ours. Sure. This can't be right. Freak falls into place if it was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. But I thought cross-examination has clarified everything. As asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. The accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Soon, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ronosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. I won't let you get away!
Hold it!
Suzuto! Please, wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Suzuto Mikotaba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotaba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning, and in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a fukushiki cloth. Bruh, how is this case still going? This is genuinely absurd. I'm asking the question how this case is going. There is a third part of the trial. This is the first trial. It's 3 parts long. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you are the Judicial Assistant to Defense. Why did sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ah, Judicial Assistant, a woman no less. Rules state, the appeals are not permitted in this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. Some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. Report about something written in English. It's just Liebrecht's research. The English woman's, who trial zoomed earlier, I heard back to their university. Since we'll laboratory in the Middle East faculty. And borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? Fred, I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Visual characteristics of Curare! I should have known! Curare! And its effects on human subjects. Curare, what's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. To read it in detail. Summarize what I could on a note just inside the cover. Be valuable. Please cast your eye over it. Thank you! Bye, Suzuto! You'll be back later, being awesome. Now, give me a hot second to look at that. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate. I mean, I know what curare is. It's basically... Curare is one of the most deadly poisons on Earth. It's time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... It has made his case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Honor. We're all options here. This really is our very last chance. I know. Your Excellency! Fitz does have new evidence! Look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. Not to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. Please, it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Hold this objection.
Yes!
It's just Liebrecht. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Eating the slightest amount of this deadly poisoning entering your body leads to instant death. What? What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you said? I've never even heard of it! You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I bet that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one simple reason. doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison! What? Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, offered by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribe people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the centuries by explorers. Claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Break down already, damn you! Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery! To start with, the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison. Would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and utter darkness would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. Didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. However, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? Mere fact the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. This toxin enters a person's system. It causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, for a man lost all strength in his muscles, he collapsed on the floor, with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did. Effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. It's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Hallucination is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. After a short time, paralysis is so severe, causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be in living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Are you going to break down now, please? And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hidden no unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense! Ahem, if I may. All these things, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manner. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? See another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled! What a loathsome act! Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man defended for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this! I, for one, have refused to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the Great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules! Why would she just accept defeat already? What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes. I don't see, why not? What are you doing? You're an idiot! Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! So either that's poison and she... Wait, what? What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no cure, alright. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You're quite incredulous, little boy. But of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now done. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time. The furries of friendship between our countries. Dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance we have given. Makes sense. So how? Oh, so the Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. The bottle did not contain the poison, Roanosuke. Dink. Dink, Roanosuke. Dink. No poison in that bottle! What? Why, Roanosuke? Isn't it obvious? There was poison in there. She'd be dead by now. Sometimes, your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. And sometimes, it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform and the ways of the world. Is that what this color is supposed to represent? What? That makes no sense. Why was that a penalty? Put Chiari poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Refuse to change position. You serious? That was fun. Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that could contain poison. I mean, we just saw the water from it. That's right. Which further complicates your argument, I think. Complication can be explained. How exactly? Here, one by one. His claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. Oh! Curare doesn't work when it's consumed. Right. Curare only works when it's from a wound. Wound. Right.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. Call to the court, Your Excellency. Anyone, honest. I'm just reading Suzuto-san's notes. It's too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent session, Council. Reveals the alleged answer to this riddle. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows that they shoot at whatever their prey they're hunting. That's what I've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me now. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you offered this research. You know curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh, there she is. Rapscallion! Well, Veronica, it turns out you're even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. I did it. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this place of talk is fascinating, I'm sure. I fail to see how it's possible. So, the old Brindle, the puppy, has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid now it doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish flaw? Even if your brain has managed to deduce curare is safe to ingest, it seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of gastric sucus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, this leaf of poison is completely harmless when drunk. Professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah, that's right! Good gracious! It's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No. Order! Order in the court! Order! She holds if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would have been affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right! Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that! Oh, I see through you. Felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like, and more than anything else. It's an animalistic desire to take down my prey! Finger point! Objection! I don't think so, Miss Jessie Brett! How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. And now we know this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? It's quite simple, really. It's in the photo of the handbag. Take that! I'm sorry, Counsel, but the slipshod report does not inspire confidence. Roanoke. Another curious toxic. Yes, I'm pointing out the wound. Oh. A wound inside his mouth. Oh! Oh, the medical report card! Duh.
Take that!
He was missing a tooth. She drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? Toxic effects cure only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. There's no injuries. Drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Arrgh! So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom screams and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What just happened? This Englishwoman just smashed that bottle! The Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle of possible at once. You're wasting your time. Carpet under my water was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. Not enough technology, nor the presence of mind to recover it. Oh, you won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. I'm afraid we'll never know now. Really, it's poison in the bottle. Or not. You. Not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. Referring to this photographic print there, lady. I mean, yeah, we haven't figured out the gold gunshot thing. That's right, I'm really looking at this again. It's clear as day, isn't it? The professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front. This little schoolboy.
Objection!
They using curare! And then, in order to frame Roanoke and our heard off the crime. Gun! Turn the dead professor and his chair around! Commit this crime! What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Gun, you say? I shot Professor said body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. Dr. John H. Wilson was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Inculpado by the accused, Roanoke Naruhodo. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... You gonna get away with it? The evidence was obscene! Roanoke, yes? This part, but now you're the only one who can finish it! What? What do you mean? Piece of evidence. It's true. So if there is any clues left for us to use now, it must be in your head! In my head? What are you suggesting? Jason, but the one thing you could really depend on. But Thorner with a swan on her head. Think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the scene is in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue! I can see it! Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue! Aha! You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Roanoke? Come on then! Let's wipe the smoke smile off the Englishman's face with some evidence! Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for something he feels amiss in my memories in that day. The truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is the blood!
Take that!
Take that! Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this! Yeah, yes? What is it? Ah, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely! Wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Wait a minute! Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene in this photographic picture with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the one base of the plate and the steak was served on was a spluttering of blood. What? Oh really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The blood of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that bullet for the victim could have ended up directly behind him! Ah! Yes. Made it onto the plate. It implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jessary Brett! I beg your pardon! This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! This court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Barrett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice! Listen, Naga, you are such a bro. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there is a blessing on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Present that evidence! Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! What a poggers man. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the code. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But, no. That's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Professor, blood right on the side of the plate. Coming expression, little boy. You see, this is why you say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. In this case, this disgrace to the Empire. Finally, I've reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend it's up to the court decision. It's painful to watch. Forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking snake reveals the facts all too clearly. The sorry-looking accused wishes to examine again. Be my guest. Run this guy. Something on the side of the plate. Is a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Likely because the rest in signature dish is beef steak. Different restaurants have their own unique tableware. Carnival, is it? Hey! Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Kabong coin. The hallmark is from the Hoei era. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Kabong? It's apart from the meat juices. It looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Well, there's been talk of a Hoei Kabong. I've heard of pearls before, Slime, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary now. This means... I know what this means! Hey, guess what? This is it now. I've lost. Ronosuke. It's not over yet. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Because my defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. So many further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Oh, I object. Legitimate trial for me. There's another clue, alright. Your Excellency, please, wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that reveals the shocking truth. I think the shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye anymore in necessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Mr. Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly inferred ally of my country, that's still in your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. More precisely, on this spotted beefsteak is the new clue to be found. It's under the beefsteak. Behold! I need to play that segment so I can just behold the truth. Marinated in juice as well, look! What, are you thinking of eating it? No. For the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant. Well, thanks for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peel underneath for a prize. I'm at the wrong end of the stick about this, Roanoke. Anyways, present. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Ahoy everyone at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. So see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That simply could have been a courtesy by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this has happened by an accident in the kitchen? Over at Hawaii Kobo just happens to be hidden underneath of that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'm going to book my ticket to Great Britain right now. Can it be a coincidence? Your Excellency! This council, where Hawaii Kobo just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak, be relevant to the case. Looking at my lawyer job right now. Well, me, someone to stop you. No invited you anyways. Little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. No, I'm the one on trial here. The point is that we asked the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? It's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is the one and only Curio Kokatua.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasutia, Curio Kokakuka-san. Curio, as in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Oh, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. Seemed I was up to something with his Koban when the coin when it happened. The second moment the gun was fired. Got not interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the higher Koban, my prized coin! So, Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please! Why would Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Koka to the stand back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified to them back in here without a moment's delay. This case is still going! Come round back to that pair again, but I have a strong hunch. And if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find out it's a key element in this case. How long is this case? This is an absurdly long case. What's all this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for my little boy Ito? When my son's belly is empty, he's faced another pack of wolves! Exploring by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. We were cast from this courtroom. Myself, I became a ruined man from which strife, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this master toy shop's existence. Does it may, Korikuka-san? Something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasutoy memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban be... Yes, that's it, the one, the very one, the very exact one that is! Resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can't be. As I thought. Young man, allow me to describe metal fool. Beyond my misery. Where's my treasure? Where is it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. Found your coin sandwich between a beef steak and its plate, stepping into seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't fall there by accident, which means someone must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hoard treasure between a slab of meat and another plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! Oh, I know. Cut it out. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosanaka. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in a restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant which attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a ruinous similarly executed fest targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Such incidents are better towards the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. That's why you're sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to this, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. He's already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but... yeah, only the person who stole and hid the Kukta's-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the speckled scoundrel that stole the Koban? Is it not obvious? I see ya! No, sir! Obviously. It can only be you! Sergeant, I see ya! No, sir! What? How? How dare you! You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? My master thief is locked on the ball, am I? Seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet! Was it me? It was Ino! Ino's the mastermind behind all this! You're an idiot. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? The two is a monster. Sergeant, no, sir! You... Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop! Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant L.A. Sandosa, preparing to stand down on the Imperial Court, sir! That was a very funny breakdown animation. Do any of you know what the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that a temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, but I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son! So he's seeing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving for money! For 3 days, I go in there and do reconnaissance for our target. Helping my way for a good shake at the same time! Your target that day was the old man in his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Formidable fun and thief you are. I was all set to leave the stake yet. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. Yeah, the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket. I'd be finished. I know too. So I hit the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double! Sit it under the stake. Hoping I'd be able to rendezvous again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. Quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Lady esteemed gentlewoman, please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. War to Koba was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant, who certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. No, well, oof. It's start picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness! Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, so no further justification for detaining her. Uh-oh. My headphones came out. No! Miss Pratt, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Hold that. Ronosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. In that case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Miss Brett, what is it now? Afraid. Just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. Explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a minute ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ronosuke? A lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. You have your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. It's pure madness. I need tea and ink a little over that one. Ronosuke, I'm not sure where we're getting an objection from. I'll be honest. Oh, wait. She claims that this was her steak. Steak, wasn't it? Right? Right? And we just proved it wasn't. Right? That has to be it. I'm gonna make a save here because I really don't want to go through any of that nonsense all over again. That's like so many things. I'm gonna present this and go with it. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs! Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you was very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Notice it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly? Miss Brett claims no Englishman would have contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. You can see there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh! Oh! Ah! Yeah. I figured that was the thing to object to. So, the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating, and even without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in this steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. He's trying so hard. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Mr. Sheriff, I'm about to put this brookie in his place. Leave everything to. I've heard enough. You irritating little spicketed samurai villain. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications of these teeth marks and the steak have for her. Do you know where you're going with this? Yeah, I know where I'm going with this. The steak ain't hers. Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. It's in white bloodstain, I know. I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day! Teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything! Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. So will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson! Giggles evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? That's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trials run several hours already. You said there's evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. Another person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. It will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. If I feel this will be my last request of defense in this trial. Who possesses conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Satoru Hosonaga!
Take that!
It's you! The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nessa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. To stealing Kurokugo-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch a cadet! I'm a superior officer! Please confirm something for me. Was that steak that you put under the coin in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I may be a soldier in the pure Nepal army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask for a gentle lady should be eating her meal for try something in it. It was evidence earlier. It was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense! It was taken from the victim's table. The gentleman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. It's just such a thing would be to the entire British Empire. Well done. How do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Sure, you're not going to suggest switch the two sticks over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, I saw a civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes, like that. I panicked. As I said, I immediately looked at my stick and hit the coin underneath it. Then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it! So to investigate myself beat, that'd be it. I began with marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, such a mistake with the one in the forward lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for strategic plunging. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor Sutton. No, swear the presence of my uniform. That's all I did, sir. All you did was play, Sergeant. The Sergeant has to switch the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, what follows? Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. Tied to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ooh, she's biting it now. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. That plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment when he was shot! What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wiggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The defense has to see that plate was. Confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Just thinks he remembers. Quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from a gunshot wound to the victim's chest. The defendant's memory serves him well. The evidence to prove it! The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett! Won't miss any further. Inspector, you will show us the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak in the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! I love his animations. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible.
Yes.
Look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on this side of the plate shows at the moment the victim was shot. He was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's possible for Naruto-san to have shot the victim. Or it can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. Sure, everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right! Miss Jessie Brett! It's you! Break down already, damn you! End the case! 4 hours! Outdone! By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! Yeah! She is flying. Birds! I must go. My people need me. I have several questions. About what just happened. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Are you still not done? Bruh. That's not becoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It's over. It was I who took the professor's life using Kirare. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. Sir had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Kirare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at a restaurant as long as I did. I need to see the professor to take one tiny sip of his water, and it will all be over. To take out order in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. Leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. Sure was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There's no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment. Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. So know that the professor always carried a gun. Decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Kirare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were 2 guns. Yes. Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which he had presumably placed on the floor. Very sure that I would notice it. Everything went according to plan. He noticed the gun as I intended. This case was way too long for one day. Goodness gracious. Then just as you bent down to pick it up. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Well, at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, as soon as Naruhodo-san was recovered and I apprehended him, took him to the pantry at the door of the kitchen, knocked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot up towards him from when he picked up the gun. Alright, you're done now. Get out of my face. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. You get to walk out of this courtroom without any punishment, bruh! Lady just gets to walk out. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I've assumed the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takasuchi Aouchi does not lose. What's this rookie student? You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Arrgh! Ronosuke Naruhodo! What, yes? This insult to the Aouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that! Wrecked. Dude just cut that little hairband thing that he had. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aouchi clan will never measure up to that Naruhodo clan! This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in the history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ronosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. Use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opens its door toward the wider world. Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. Just sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new feature of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything in the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Oh, never mind. That's for you, Ronosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. Very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. This case was way too long. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ronosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. It's over. This court is now adjourned! I can put my hands up. That was miserable. 4 hours. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it for that horrendous trial. Roanoke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazama. Ha 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 ha! No, it's a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work is certainly paid off. Oh no, that was Suzuta. Congratulations to both of you for providing Naruhodo-san's innocence. Oh, I trust your judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result, too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I'm simply doing as he asked. It was his idea to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Suzuta Mikitaba. Mikitaba. There he is. Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed a true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Well, yeah, you mentioned that before. It's you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Mikitaba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Similarly, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. No, sis. We worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. Leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and, of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. Bye, Asogi. Swearness, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. The blade shows me where I need to go. I'm gonna send anything that's in my way. Yes, I definitely seen no sharpeners already with my own eyes. Cuts! Listen, what happens to the woman? Just like Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? She's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? What? Missouri Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! It's a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. It must be good. But what's all this about consular judication? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? British Consular Court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where her voices can't be heard. Why Consular Court? No, sir, I simply don't understand. What consular courts were a thing in the past now that we signed the friendship treaty? Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making a secret agreement of her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. But for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. So taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that one will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Ah, so we're in the 1900s. Thank you! Oh, I think that's enough seriousness for now. So you can call for a celebratory drink, Professor. You're alright, this is no time for gloomy faces! We should be celebrating Roanoke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun! In that case, my name is just Law Carnival. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Law Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? I love this guy. He's an idiot. He's my idiot. Am I going to be stuck with him? I hope so. Of course, Law Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to paperwork for Naruto-san's release. Yes, thank you. Bye, Susato. Such as Libra won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Roanoke? Just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense is all your own work. Skills made a difference. Now, one day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Couldn't help that thinking, maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Ah, come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tends verbal comment. I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Roanoke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? Defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe them at all times. Like you believe me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. Just wait until later in the franchise. Well, you have to make a choice about what to believe and stick it to when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can't really be backed into a corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you choose and believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Let's look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious, real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Seemingly hopeless situations time and time again. You never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. I'll see you again, like, way later. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Roanoke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. Bring some rickshaws for us. Let's go! Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory, and your steady toward to Great Britain. Don't forget! Oh yes, that too. We're done. The court case is over. The trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosanaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Don't diss him like that, bro. It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. Why is there occasional flashes? Hold on. And more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Case 1 over. That was exhausting. We now have the rest of the game to look forward to. Alright, we now have The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Let's go!
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Sholmes sprang into
Sholmes!
action, lashing furiously.
The best character in these games!
The darkness.
Herlock
Lucius
Sholmes!
Wilson, he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson was supposed to be Watson.
An enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
So we are about to meet the best character in this game. I'm actually really excited. Like, how am I supposed to even begin to voice this guy? Because, like, his voice is going to be really hard on my brain.
So then, let us unravel this mystery
There he is!
and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What are you doing, Herlock?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture.
His voice is freaking awesome.
What have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder, and it can be locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Hello. Am I about to be accused of murder again? I'm getting a little tired of that. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Huh. Wait, I can't move! Oh, god damn it. Arg, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? I've been accused of murder again. So you wake up now, What is his voice? I can't do British. Oh no. We had to drag you at the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are truly too cold-blooded man. You found me then. Ah, we found you, and now you pay. Criminal! How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. No, you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. I assume that... Oh no, that's not Sholmes. That's Susato. God damn it. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato! Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's field. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin. The spot is shut from the inside. His body. Please. Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead. Kazuma... But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No. No! Kazuma, just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Did you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Something else when I brought your luggage here earlier now. Why that Russian crewmate just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. Thought I was gonna die. I still can't quite believe that. Think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey! I'd say I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. It's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. If you can find yourselves to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone to discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians would be very forgiving of a stowaway. You're the city bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? My faithful judicial assistant Mikotabo? Mikotabo, you mean? Mere close friend, more to the point. Surely we can confide in her, couldn't we? We'll believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. Just that only you and I know about this. Suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. It's grand, but you better get in there, I think. Won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. What if the steward decides to open this wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be for it. Stop for it. Tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? And I guess you can open the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. See, for about 15 days. How could this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you out next floor. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer? No, I'm not a murderer. Ah, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did so away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Sato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Oh, great. Very well. There's something I would like to ask of you, too. Oh, his eyes. Looks like she's ready to destroy me. It was getting worse by the minute. And you just try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? Handcuffs. They think I did it? Think I'm Kazama's killer? We found them. The cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? No access to the cabin via a porthole window. The bolt on the door can be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? I'll put it another way. The culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Maybe has some other explanation. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Still couldn't deny the charge, even despite the circumstances. This isn't so, son. You have to tell me. Tell me something. The death is still undetermined. Examining the body, but of course, he has no important post-mortem analysis experience. She'll learn more until the next one has been consulted at our next port of call. No obvious external signs of injury. Can anyone tell me exactly what actually happened in this cabin? I'm saying it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? You know the answer to better than anyone. Please, whatever you say. You're here in the cabin after all. I was, but he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. Getting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far in this voyage. This morning, he did not come, since that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? Knocked, but there was no reply. I became worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. Forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, Kazama-sama, that's on the floor. Right there, no shit. Exactly, I was stoned, I suppose. No idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. Wasn't the case, that's just very hard to believe. It's all very hard for me to believe for me, too. Trust me. Told you everything that I know. It's my turn to ask you a question. Alright. My head feels so heavy. So throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You've been worried about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's a week since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Some invited me. Want us to go to England together? He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazama, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Dog. the idea that's been on my end ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. Never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spirit of cultural development. Center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. Well, on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Okay. Question mark? Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. Reading is hard. Something's still bothering me a little. Look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Suzusa-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. I'm staying away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazama-sama, he said he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. I mean, yeah. Word perfect, in fact. Not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Someone brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep, well, yes. That you didn't even stir when Kazama-sama was killed, well, yes. And it sounds unbelievable, really, I do. It's the truth! If I had woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Suzusa-san! But believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could have possibly have done this. I don't understand. Why? Why does that happen? I can't take this. I'm trying to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. Sorry, Kasama was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied. Well, whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do, Dan? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. Work out who took out Kasama's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah. Yeet. That was a Suzuto takedown. A Suzuto what? What short form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. Expecting me to present some conclusive evidence.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was skivered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember it clearly. I thought so, because I always put it in place whenever I went to sleep there. Captain Sword, or another crew member, decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign with the wardrobe doors before he opened them. If I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, It's possible that I killed Kazuma. I mean, not really, but really is yours for helplessly on the floor. I can see why Kazama-san was thought so highly of you. Thank you. Can I pick up? I think perhaps you could help me up. Thank you. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Finally believe me? I'm so sorry. No. What? Sure, yeah. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put this sign... Suzuto, you're an idiot. What does she think I am, a magician? No, that's later. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. She'll be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. Using a conjuring trick to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Sure, whatever you say. Well, anyway, I should start investigating in here. Examine everything I can. I know how to play Kazama, I swear. I will avenge your death. That's Kazama-sama's precious sword. Never went anywhere without it. As he was always saying, that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. Plus it shows how important it was to him. Now he's gone. I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Suzuto-san? Thanks. I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Oh, yes, that's not good. Well, I suppose it's just me in that regard. Are you, Naruhodo-san? You're careful to look at all around using blah 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 blah. Now listen to scan all corners of this cabin. I know. It's been rather small up until now. It's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. It was very delicious, wasn't it? But should you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Suzuto-san. Hello! It's my fox. Fox will get pop. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Kazama-san didn't like chicken at all, did he? Oh, that's right. So he didn't touch it. I hope you enjoy my terrible voices. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean Kazama-san spent his last night on dessert with an empty belly? This is too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and a achy stomach. Sage, Japanese word for justice. Brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazama. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. But can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoroughly? Of course I can. I mean, I'm an innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? You know you stood away on the ship? Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and the cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Plus it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazama-sama. You're an idiot. I'm yelling at Suzuto a lot. No. That's not how that works. Whoops, it fallen over on the shelf. Look, it all toppled over the same way. Is this a statue of some god of the sea? Well, he's fallen over as well. It's almost like the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. Perhaps it was Kazama-sama doing this morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-sama, saying in a fit of rage. Suzuto, please, work with me here. What about her leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue? Didn't fret about have anything to do with the case, I wonder. Just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. There are rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Borgia. Especially as a request for the captain of all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. Just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Well, I would bring a fox and a bunny, so, I would break the rules immediately. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. This whole ink thingy. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes. It carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away in this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says, this way up. In Japanese. I should have realized that the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. Over and over and over. Over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. It was less painful than a Suzuto takedown. Where dear Kazama-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. For Kazama, he didn't even make it to his destination. Then his last entry is incomplete, which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? See what it says. It would be a valuable clue. Ah-ya! That's out of the question. Why can't I read? Kazama may have been departed as well, but you must not read his private thoughts. What if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read that. Kazama-sama matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Did Kazama write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. Must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger into spillage. Great Kazama-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. Suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments. Was he? Sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? Face me to admit it, but I don't know. It's in a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Some 2 weeks since we sailed from Japan. We've really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san. I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. That must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. That was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. There is, like, no clues anywhere. This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? Read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really, that sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. Just nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open. This bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. The door bolted. There would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. I wonder if everyone suspects me. I mean, like that. I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading it was in a detective novel. Corbett used to need and Fred to draw a bolt across the room from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I never read her detective stories myself. The door of this cabin and his frame are made of metal, and they still together perfectly. There would be no possibility using that needle and thread trick, I'm afraid. She goes to me like that. I feel pins and needles level up and down my spine. Another thing. What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing is, it appears to have broken clean in two. That's such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Natsuki fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm sure that sounds like Kazuma. What if secretly carried a cute little trinket around like this with him? Would he? Brick beside it. What is it, I wonder? It's sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? No, I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it is not true, I see. The colonel asking investigator for information about this crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. You laughing eater. He's convinced you're guilty. So last night, did you know anything out of the ordinary at all? Niet! Of course not! The back corner of the room makes silent. Say no more to you. There, he seems a little flustered. Is there literally anything I'm missing? Suppose. It must be well looked after. You mustn't damage any of the sheep's property. Over. What things have you missed? Ah! That's some kind of opening for a ventilator, all through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is. Looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. Its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room. Surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. That's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough. Or something like that. I suppose. Maybe that's it. Oh, hi, Herlock. When did you get here? How did you get in here without me noticing? As far as I can tell, looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... It's time to talk to Herlock and frickin' Sholmes. The man too, no? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Oh. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I haven't any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. He's investigating Kazama's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, you simply must talk with him. Imagining it, or Sasaton-san almost look uncontrollably excited. By the way, I expect that you've noticed it already, but just in case. Press A on people when they're in crosshairs. You can converse with them. Please tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Hi, Herlock. When did Sholmes decide to just appear? Excuse me. Time for the Sholmes voice. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation! Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Oh, no, Sholmes. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah, there's the music. What exactly were you doing on Kazama's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What did you see? Feels like he's looking right for me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. The deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. What? Sir? Sorry? What? And now, while switching towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true, at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It's really the most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have we perhaps introduced anything else? But of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are, a merciless revolutionary! Ladies and gentlemen, Herlock Sholmes, professional idiot. You have 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and you never traveled to England to blow up the Crystal Tower! And when the bereavement occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too! Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. You need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me here, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. Even Suzuto is like, what? So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazama-sama. Suzuto, you're an idiot. What? And you're plotting a revolution too. Suzuto, you're an idiot. It's a shameful behavior, no Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked! No, listen. There's no way I... Got the floor! Explain yourself! Tell me everything! This is ridiculous. I didn't even get it. How could you do it? Pretty sick, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary. Obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? Saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? I was venturing towards foreign clients. You do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, Sherlock Holmes. The ship is en route to England, and I'm in the handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. If it is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right! I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes! So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes! The very same, the inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes! Do you know this man, Suzuto-san? Most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san! Of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. That planet I've been living on them. That's somebody seduced! You must have worked out the case already, I'm sure. You just accused me of being a Russian revolutionary. What do you think? Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Holmes. Read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Yes, Rand's Magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. Here was an issue. It's sent from England, especially. Oh, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then. Indeed I am. I've read so many of your own stories, you started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in a magazine. You have a biographer? Do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy as of late. Why, this is very odd. I'm returning to Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Sherlock Holmes, idiot. I love this guy. Deduction, you see, is a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? I don't trust you at all. Since I notices even the most subtle reactions in the subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of the muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And a trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth! And I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. Well, how can you look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I've returned both observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. I don't think I should deduce anything about this particular case yet. If I manage to deduce anything, my dear fellow, Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right! It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. Gave actions about Kasaba-sama this morning. All the crews have forced the cabin door open. And I consider myself among the number, getting entry to the scene of the crime. So luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Holmes, is on board. It seems to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Arg! The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts are immediately apparent to me. Two facts, you say? Questions? Mr. Holmes, tell us, please! The two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning. Oh yes! But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering the escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Well now, Mr. Schultz, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I can't read that. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazama-sama would have left a dying message in Russian? In the final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazama was Russian, was he? X to doubt. Usually considered gay wrong, but you read the wrong. You need to kill a certain Robert Darday, perhaps. But in the interest of fairness, I decided it would be wrong not to look in the wardrobe there, at least. Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Why so? I found you! The renowned Russian revolutionary killer. That I'm Russian too? That you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. Mercedes, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. You're an idiot! Our school uniforms are the traditional dresses of Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. Photograph of the victim in the message, that I might analyze for possible hidden details. Give. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Some had already been taken away when I woke up. It's the first time I've actually seen him like this. Alright, yes, thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Holmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary feeling for Russia and all that. Oh yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? I'm not trying that. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your detection before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you found yourself in. Actually, it was still other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Oh yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary Vilen Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This was made a port car at Shanghai yesterday. Last night, the young Russian was murdered. Kazama, a Russian. Mr. Sholmes concluded he was Russian because of what Kazama-sama wrote on the floor. Simple act of reasoning realized that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered! Yes, you! Villain Bolshevik! No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man! Just look at his face! Well, you are a peasant revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well! Okay, I'll present some proof. Ah, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? And that's because I'm a stowaway. The other details. The 16 victims of the assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Oh yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. It's perpetuated this far, and those see is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik is included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually get interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? Part where he said I was just returning from Afghanistan. Quite clearly stated here in this article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. As a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thanks. All is of interest with me with the newspaper, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime when the interest takes you. Then you may need someone to interpret. Written in Russia. I couldn't help to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance over the article. This is interesting. You found something relevant. Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Look at a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? Very pretty, isn't she? Just do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Oh, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Hi. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. Props up everywhere, it's Mr. Sholmes. But the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Nouveau Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolai Pavlona. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? The pretty woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea. I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. His eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Nouveau Ballet, and it seems the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Ball of Lava and the valuable tiara. We've requested international assistance on all ports with sailing. It's to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? This seems to be the Russian thing to do. Not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, let's ask about the investigation. I'm going to present some evidence. Well, when we started talking, you were examining Kazama's desk, weren't you? Kazama? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment. Does this top of the victim? We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. London Diary, Kazama was giving notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Suzuto takedown is. Suzuto-san, aren't you gonna front a detective with one of your trademark takedowns? Sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. To return to the matter, namely, the story belongs to the victim. For the sense is incomplete. As if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. Smattering, dear boy. Oh, smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado! Nado! I trust you're suitably impressed. Ah. It's littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely now. Was all that showing off before then? So kind as you show me, I would be happy to read it for you, Mr. Sholmes. Obliged, my dear madame. Your hearing Kazama consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 12:14 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:23 a.m. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. Second sentence reads, 1:45 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill, eh? A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard of that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say. That man was possibly referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the Jordan cabin. The Jordan cabin. Thank you. Now, can I present some evidence? So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in his diary have piqued my interest. Well, the warrants for the investigation, I believe. And if I am too long, the seasickness take hold. I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. The detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. Yes, I'm intend to investigate. That's truth will become clear soon enough. We could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? Is it should reveal the answer? Oh. Yes. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. Transfer into a question. You're the one who decided as the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Yeah, me. You are clearly misguided. I would no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that, too. You're quite sure. Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play that part more convincingly. Well, I've already accept your fate! I was just being plain rude. This guy's an idiot, and I love him. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. Since the humor's as twisted as his name. Listen, what are you just standing here for? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Hi-ya! So instead of saying I was struggling to leave this clue, you're willing to give up? To roll over and accept your fate? If you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Please stop throwing me. We still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? So if we can in this cabin, while we wait for a chance to slip next door. still things I can do to help myself. Is that? Never heard of said? Oh, no. It's just that group man standing by the door. Before. You're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. What can I do for you? Detective! What are you doing here? But it can't be. Detective! You're really, really bad at hiding. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosanaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. Some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship. Again. I'm stuck with him. I knew it. You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. Is there anything I can do to help you? Please ask. It's good to see this man on board. This person can help me out of this hopeless situation. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? Well, if he's at liberty to say. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Minister of Justice Jikoko pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. He entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. What? Assassinated? How could that have even been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jingoku said that we should be prepared for all eventualities. I don't believe it. Kasama-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posting as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night. Every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class desk. I failed miserably at my assignment. Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace! All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. Since there's anything at all I can do to help now. Say the word! Well, first of all, we're doing what we can to investigate Kasama-sama's death ourselves. Thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been needing to risk the ship's safety. You moved even a touch to handle the cabin's door. That story-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a story now, but think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. Hosanaga, you are a bro! But I don't see how... Oh, I have evidence. I sure have evidence. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san. Presenting me with a piece of evidence you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. Viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Alright, Detective. Detective, here you go. What's up? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. We're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. The ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right, so if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain's given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going to go against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. Hosonaga, you are my man. This dude is an absolute Chad. After all, I failed to keep Asoki-san safe. This is the least I can do. Let's see some of it then, Naruhodo-san. Let's look move and we can leave his cabin at last. I can finally play the game. 9th of January, 7:48 a.m. SS Boria, first class, cabin, passageway. Whew, I'm finally out of that cabin. Admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. No, I thought it was spacious out here than I thought it would be. This is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Sama-sama was being sent to this study floor by the government. It was being put up in a first-class cabin. And so, this isn't about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. It must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous. Even if he is sitting down. At least it's a second-class accommodation. I suppose it's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. Like people on handcuffs. Son, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. Thought you'd be used to this shit by now. See, for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know. The thing is, I was inside Kazuma's truck when I first came aboard. Since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Please don't give me that pitying look.
You're at dinner table.
Oh, dinner? You okay, chap? We'll be right back. Dinner's early. one because I don't want to do anymore. Oh, because this game is going to be long. Hi, I'm back. Dinner was fine. It was ham night because it's, you know, it's been one of those. Anyways, there's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Through it. So neat and precise, every detail of the voyage has been meticulously recorded. See the rough and ready sailor, such beautiful handwriting. And nothing, no reaction at all. Appreciate the compliment. Sure, that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. This nice log is mostly blank. So that means there was nothing to report. The plan of the SS Bordia shows each deck. Look. Bordia is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering! Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but isn't that such a huge lump of metal? Doesn't it sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider Japanese archipelago. And Japan? They're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? Been floating happily in the sea ever since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? What's the emergency alarm? It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It says alarm bells ringing all over the ship. It brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I had to see. No, what are you doing, Naruhodo-san? Just look at these handcuffs. So, what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish it would just stop. Included. Well, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Now, what's this particular little thing? Try for catching mice. Oh, yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. I'm going to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? Wonder what it tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... aw, I'm supposed to be right. We're actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazama's leftovers. You know how hungry I've been in that whole wardrobe. How are you? I'll find you a little snack for you later. This is the cabin next to ours. This is the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazama-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. So we're in this cabin could help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Ah! Oh, excuse me. We, need to get inside this cabin here? Speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the song we put up over the wardrobe doors. But this man's version is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. It's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Sama-sama's. Sorry. To a wardrobe inside the cabin. Still way you feel small, don't you? The ship. 549, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? Oh, you little stowaway mother! That wasn't a good start, was it? Right, let me try instead. That's a good idea. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but perhaps could I ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid! Oh. The sailor on a bad day, says the Tassan. I am the sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman. Beef Stroganoff. Very eye contact, I guess. I think. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Yeah, but you'll find this earth aboard your steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens travel like in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. What's about all that stupid stowaway inside? I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you. I'm hiccuping like a crazy person. May I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Sogi's currently occupied? I think that's Jaw. Jaw! Suzuto-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. Yeah, he said jaw, which is Russian for yes. It's probably Russian for yes, or no. The Russian word for no is niet. I know that. It's not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it is tantalizing. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is said about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yet? Just did you understand that? Clearly a no. So nothing unusual. Nothing at all. Hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry. So sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Yeah, he's being sus. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. That is very sus you would say that. Say that when I didn't even imply that. How can you be so sure of that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lonely student from insignificant Far East Islands. Can you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Kazam's cabin the entire time. I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin. It felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins. Rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Locate the second-class area is staying knocked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or is English shape when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. And now I can go. Now we can investigate the area rapidly. In other words, you just let me in. Let me in anyways. I'm checking the door anyway. Which is second class area of the ship. I'm checking the door. Something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. You're wrong, but imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door. That burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry, perhaps I went a little too far there. Talk of running away. There's no way they could run away. Well, Kazama's definitely remains a mystery anyway. Really is huge. There's a pen with it, too. I've already looked at that. Well, he's not here anymore, so, door to the cabin. But try 2. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. Ah! What's that? Came from inside the cabin. Scream. Must have been a woman. Stand aside. Oh, hi, Harlock. When did you get here? Mr. Sholmes! Be stopped when the fit is on me. I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. Doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch my muscular urge? What, pray? Can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. 9th of January. SS Boria. First class cabin number 2. Oh, who are you? The Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Do not be absurd! As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. Hey, you look strange. In that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Fusion button. You're Mr. Grimsby Royla, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? No, the actual Sholmes. You heard of me, no doubt. No. Detective, one who covers the part of the magazines, no less. Trust me completely. Make a business card. Roanoff's is smart. Detective? I do not trust detectives. Walls. Sealing yourself within the wardrobe this time. Small traveling case. What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? It's obviously this guy is, so I'm giving him the accent. Quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunks? Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Shook! Leave, no! Otherwise, I'll call the steward! This strange Russian man has hiding something. Sholmes, what the hell are you doing? Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating a sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe was waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Hey, wait a minute. While we're talking, this looks familiar. Anyone remember our cabin a moment ago? Oh, seems that the hour is upon us now. The time is come! Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. A Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylaw, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such weapons are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian would react when the secret he got so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please. Well then, what are you about to see? It may as well astound you. Oh god, here we go. Sholmes is about to do something incredibly stupid. For I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case! Oh boy. This man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you. What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially in first meeting. But I once read, as a captain will say to theorists before you have all the evidence, it biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence! What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. It can be no explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylaw, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. As in those shares, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment of us, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. With that beard, your mouth quizzes with a nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Was it not? Arg! Oh, now Hurlson, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great detections with my own eyes. That was a great detection. If he can deceive Mr. Sholmes, in a single glance he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What an ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great detection firsthand. It's like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylaw's face. Looks like somehow Sholmes' conclusions were right? How could you... How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I'll explain how it was I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of logical reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. In other words, it's time for the Dance of Deduction! Our very first Dance of Deduction. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Dvoila, obviously catches what catches the eye in the first place. You see an enormous pair of shears in your hand. How about the newspaper? Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you decide to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Wardlaw? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence that should lay on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front-page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Wardlaw. Sure, it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. The headline reads, Revolutionary Vienna Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. To observe, the subject of the article, this is an extremely copious beard. Notice the article yourself. You decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Vienna Bolshevik. Not that I've heard it of you myself, you understand. As for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the brutalest crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylaw. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you that eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? My estimation. A young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd! What, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? To a careless coup d'oeil. Trust me, once again, we only need for your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. There's another, more stimulating article. Turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Non prima ballerina de Nouveau Ballet disappears from Shanghai. So, but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction! And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolai Pavlov. I think we've entered this early. Thus concludes Hodok Show's great deduction of this Russian enigma. Lemonsky! Since-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, stories are full of Mr. Sean's brilliant deductions, you know. But that seemed a little different somehow. Could you come over here a moment? Right, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. To start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. We'll recall a discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. We'll be able to revolutionize. Really, but to revolutionize his own appearance. Does more like this man than you do. That's not the point. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. This case doesn't appear too small to accommodate a young woman. It is too small, clearly. Charlotte in that case. It was really hard. Child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No. How could I? Well, she's 15. And 10 years worth of her would be poking out of that from that case. Be pregnant, I believe. A troop of men consulting vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their body. Vinegar? So how about it? It would be surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. I'm thinking of a contortionist in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. It's a circus. It occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. Fusions are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. Whereas he directs his attention his logic that seemed a little off. But maybe a little off itself, Mr. Zato. Let him down. We might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Put some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. And I feel sure we could do that. We'd nail the little electricians of Mr. Jones' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Not that funny. Ah, you're my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look around your wrists. Ah? Where are your handcuffs? Me and our density deduction. I don't believe it. You are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried, in fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Felix Jones is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. In other words, the dance of deduction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? Something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Seems to be sitting right with Mr. Royla, either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Switch a key word here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Right, but how? Start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Royla. Then what? Not only the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Hey, you have suspiciously golden locks, sir. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color's not the point. The point is, what they're doing on the back of Mr. Royla's head. That's like growing out from underneath his thick black hair. Oh yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprisingly. Not right here.
Yes!
These... the golden locks! You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Flush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You are not a man at all. You are a woman, and judging from the length of sheen in your hair. One still very much in her youth. Oh no. Oh no. Only I managed to cut off my hair. No one would have suspected. Then begged is, why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light in the matter. No further clarification. I know now. Well, that was a shock. Naruhodo, you weren't getting it. Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you? You're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts of Mr. Shaw. I'm not having fun or anything. Strictly business, not... Or, well anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Shaw's seduction, shall we? What he's picked up doesn't fit the facts at all now. Woman, exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Taking a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. This woman needed to try and hide her true identity. Read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently.
Yes!
It's the ballerina! What reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. Put the nail on the head! Prima ballerina, the Nouvelle Ballet, disappears from Shanghai. We are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Nouvelle Prima Ballerina. Miss Nikolai Pavlovna. Arrgh! Got him, them. Hey, wait a minute. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, do not tell anyone. Now that this entire conclusion is wrong now. Moment. On the brink of committing a most grievous crime. This crime over there. Pavlova. Inside a traveling case as well. When committing. Please, Naruhodo-san. Trying to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. Nothing like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san. Try it on. What? Me? Royal tiaras, wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
It's a tiara, idiot. Your crime is surely that tiara! Ah! Ah! The Sierra is worn by state-run dancers in the Nova Beach Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the PR pictured here in this newspaper article. So we believe it is an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, crime you committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking the precious Sierra with you. Arrgh! I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone and ending money. I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, what do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me! This girl's only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There's one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You essentially refuse to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. So you should to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Well, not so, Miss Pavlova. My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Hear me, we're not well suited to the life of crime, are we? You careless coup de... Okay, are they written in the books on the shelf? So now... circumstances, don't you? Maybe. The bookshelf into all this. So, well... in her case, it must be somewhere in the same area. It's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. The only answer, whatever she has hidden inside that case, should be revealed by following her gaze. Ah, the rules of passage.
Yes!
The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Do not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. It's the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. No weapon or other dangerous item will move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. It's the last item forbidden for the vessel's rules of passage. A pet! Arrgh! Dance of deduction complete. Elementary. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsey Royla. My real name is Nikolana Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. Scouted during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. It could have been easy. The Borea is a huge steamship ship with a vast crew. Did you really step on board without being noticed? To your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And he intended to serve her all like sewer pass by severing her long hair. Hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? Tinkering of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. Pipes, if you ask me. So scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was so sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. Something to that question about old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw a newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut away all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... That precise moment, we walked in through the door unknowingly and locked the cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Us two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right, it is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone, if the captain finds out. If you say to any of the crew, the secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something? Mr. Chum's great detection? Certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. And that's incredible. Dude, it is incredible! Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yeah. Observe your wrists. Damn it. Your hands are cut again. What? How? What? How did you do that? So, to my word, I've restored your shackles. When and why and how? Still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it still can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? What's Mr. Pavlova has to say? Can't go on not knowing. Find out what the speckled band at Kazama-sama word about him and his diary really was. How about we ask about the friend first? So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? Right. I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell. Do not tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... And the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Holmes. What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? You couldn't Russia has a line for small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. Miserable bungers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. Shroms. When adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you eat your friends. I'll remember that. Sholmes, you're an idiot. Pavlova is also. This friend's identity is closely got a secret not to be revealed. My friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, it looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. They're on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Something occurred to you. Speckled band the victim mentioned may meant something to you. Or the whistling sound, perhaps. No. I don't know anything. Oh. Liar. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man had died. He was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. The ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Shams! On board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I can think about this last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Nova Rich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. I think I have a sneaking suspicion what happens to you in your lineage. Given your very suspicious ear piercing, that looks quite a bit like a certain ear piercing a certain other character I know about also has. Anyways, we're gonna make it to the trial at least. You wish to forget. A challenging proposition. When you use that shrinking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine! I need it to live! I have no money of my own. The Nova Rich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice! If I stayed, it would have killed me. Ready to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship. They have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. Creates a most intriguing conundrum. It does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well, yes, of course. Conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Hold on, I'm gonna do a little examination real quick. Don't touch! What? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. What did you say? Forbid it. Oh. Program manager. Programming any employee's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Grr. Great. Well, I can't look at anything. That's great. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Warrior stopped at no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course! So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. But we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. That is not your business. You're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers describe one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Objection! I'm not accepting that. Throwing English is in better tongue. The description is very vivid. One said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. Descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. I'm going to punch you, Sholmes. Extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Written by your... Okay, I won't spoil that. Yes, Mr. Shoei. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Excuse me, Mr. Royla. Yes? What? Ah, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Royla. Get out! Out! Or do you want me to throw you up? It's like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. It's our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Are we done? Are we done with the investigation? Are we moving into trial? Because if so, we're done for today. Oh no, we've got investigation part 2. I think I might be done anyways, because goodness me, this game is long. Help me. I may have made a bad decision starting with TGAA. By going in timeline order. Kill me, I guess. Actually, no, I'm not done. I'm playing more. Shut up. I decided against it. 9th of January, SS Bordia. First class cabin. Passageway. My ending is... Wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. Wish we managed to find some clues to what the speckled band might be. We should investigate it all. We won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. Say, don't even think about it. A minute. What is it? You are a great detective, Fred. Where did he go? Oh, yes, he's completely disappeared. Do that. Play as quietly as the wind, not before ensuring these words. Really back on my wrists. Back to the cabin. Hey, where's the detective? Looks like they're still investigating him here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Osanaga's unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Sure remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He's going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. He's exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Some new information for us. Never know. You, where did you go? Who gave you permission for this? Osanaga did. That no Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him the book and throw him in courtroom. Let's come back during the door. Too much trouble on our account. We're a stake at La Carnival. Now, Naruhodo-san. Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. Her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. Whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. It seems, I think. Oh, there you are. That's where you disappeared off to. What the hell happened to you, Hosanaga? Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. You're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? The pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it's nothing, really. Lay his life on the line if you had to. What an absolute Chad! Well, thanks to your efforts, we know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Ooh. To a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Scholz. I don't think he was a German, though. Ah, that explains that. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it! What? Nicoletta Pavlovna! She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, that definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. Ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Please tell, please. Glad I asked. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. Laborious medical officer finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazama's post-mortem report? Kazama-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet. But the fact that there was no sign of a wound may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. The body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. Strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It's a possibility, but no obvious wound would be left. Or Kazuma. Second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Thank you. Yes, it's fine. I trust you. What an absolute Chad. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Oh. Give me a quick look at that. What did the great detective tell you? Oh, Mr. Jones is here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted at me. It's shoe polish! Was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark. Do you think? Oh, yes, that must be it! How can Mr. Sholmes know that shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazama-sama wasn't wearing leather shoes of a very dark tan. Dark tan. Sort of dark brownish red had done. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. Then we repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this work was made by the polishing Kazama-san's shoes that they scuffed on the floor? It's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Fee for the best, thank you. Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no. Well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect the Sugi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? Interesting. Throbbing. Beautiful color, this glass. Colored mark. Shoe polish, according to the detective seem to know all about. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can a detective be so sure that it's shoe polish, not something else? That's hardly a reason. Written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. They spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. Be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. True ambiguous. It should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Either way, one fact remains. Imagine Dr. Sama-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Who did write it? Final moments, writing in his diary. Back out. Ah! Look, Naruto-san. It's even strong enough it's gone. Strong enough? Really stress Russian sailor who's always crossing his arm and glaring at us. Ah, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Anyways, he's gone. Tra-la-la! Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-li-la-li-la, I did it. The great detective way. I know that lark-like voice. Stroganoff! That's stringy, not. Like, you know. How curious! The box is open. Isn't back yet. This is the sun. Oh, where's she gone? Doing? Those are her private things. Alright. Not just for Kazama-sama. Can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san. For ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Oh my! This flawless case is open. It's completely empty inside. According to the great detective's great deduction, hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard to SS Boria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. Where's the point? Where is it now? It's toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled over too, though. Look at the same bookcase next door. Kazama's cabin. Perhaps this Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. Submit you. Lost your temper, knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Suzuto? Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Gee, thanks. Fairly, but I can't find anything out of place. Listen, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why? Oh, good. But you might have clicked into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no play. Believe me, that has some sort of compulsion to jump into every wardrobe I see. Oh, that's really good. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. Beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all set stage out costumes. It's a little spread hiding in here, but no such luck. Oh, two. Yes, it's a bell cord. Who's this? No. Yep. Good. There. You're giving a good tug too. Suzuto, if I had summoned somebody, I would have punched you. I didn't actually expect anyone to come. I don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Thank you. And two, look, this is where his rules of passage. Keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. This little saucer's doing on the floor. What? A leak? See the top. No, you're right. There's a waste paper basket. Throw it away. You're a son. It's poor adequate to go sitting for someone's rubbish, you know. Rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Just a few books on the desk. Nothing else. What's up? What looks of it? Well, this whole level only ran away from the valley this night. Surely I could just... Yeah, for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Philippa enjoys reading... books written in Russian. Thanks, I probably already knew that. Afraid I've asked too much of people now, so kindly remember that. You tried. It's the same simple sort of bolt of latch that our cabin door has. The bolt's drawn across. There would be no way anyone can enter the cabin from outside. Still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? You know, the door is made out of metal, so there's no chance it... Shoot, stop any seawater coming in. Crack around the closed door, either. Indoors. Starting to see why they suspect me. Let's take a look up here. Pink Skazom's cabin next door. The little shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. So that there's a gas leak next door. The occupant in this cabin will notice immediately see alarm. Welcome to the dive gas poisoning. Anyway, last night. Teapot is empty. So that's the conclusion is the Russians are very thirsty people. Or, I guess Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night. She hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet? And it could be either. Do leave that there excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. Objection! That is very dumb. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Huh. Oh, hi, Sholmes. When did you get there? It's Mr. Sholmes, look! Well, you never know when he's going to turn up next to you. She's stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Sholmes, what are you doing? I did it the great detective way. You think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Times I'm sure you knew, when they are bit of morning it could chew, and through it all, when there was no doubt, it's lucky her luck was not. Diddle and I stood tall, I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes, what does he want to fight? Huh? Honestly, interrupting a fellow, what is he thinking? It's just a poetic finish. So I figured that was as good a time as any. One of my favorites, right hooks! I got the picture. This away. Hello. Mr. Sholmes, seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log. It's been by the shockly, but crewman is usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. Did you find out anything useful from it? Probably not. Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank, which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all should become clear. Seem to see recruitment of ostensibly in the first-class passageway. Religious practice of recording. Nothing to report. Every half hour. Oh, he writes down every 30 minutes. Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. Didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now. We can surely be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Ooh, we have a great detective. Thank you. I'm starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes. Brilliant! Ooh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Ooh, don't worry yourself. You seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, it's our next encounter. Bye. Thinking to himself, I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Well, that was unhelpful. Something wrong, son. You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Since I booked this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Sus. That's really weird, isn't it? I don't think there's anything more to gain from Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Ah, what's that? Engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile floor. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? To crash into another ship. What? Oh no. I can't stand. As soon as I say, oh, no, not the moon. I think I'm fine. Okay, now, hold on. What just happened? Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Inspector Hosanaga! The boat? Oh, it slid! Slid. How did... Interesting. Emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way, but I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I'm tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Is that end of this part, or are we done? Are we done? I've been going 7 hours. I think I should stop. Okay, I'm stopping now because I've been going way too long. This game is way too freaking long, chat. Oops, I meant to stop. Okay, hold on. Yes, back to the title screen. We'll be back next time as we continue to figure out what the hell's going on this stupid freaking boat. Bye.